live too soon. Hold on, I need my glasses. My glasses. My glasses. Okay, so I've been working on this stuff. This is part 3, but this is getting really confusing because I'm trying a bunch of different things all at the same time. I was using boot.dev. I like it. I'm also trying this one, MIT. A bunch of free programs. You have to pay for it to get the stuff. But basically, what I've been doing the last couple of days is playing with the coding and working on my typing speed. And I worked on this code yesterday, and it's really just it's nothing. That's so loud. Hold on. That's so loud.
You look like a wild and crazy man.
What?
Your hair's just so wild right now.
Oh, is my hair wild? Smart people have crazy hair.
They do.
So that works. Okay, so I was working on this code. I was trying to use a lot of information that I was absorbing because I noticed as I started getting further, okay, all this stuff is pretty easy to learn and pretty simple on its own individually with every little step. When you start putting all of this together, it starts becoming more complicated, it starts becoming more difficult, and you start forgetting how things worked and how you can use things. So what I've been doing is trying to reuse the thing that's been showing me because I gotta get it to stick in my brain, and you have to remember that you can use codes in certain ways and you can use them in certain different ways too, to where in different situations they can be used for different things. Like essentially they do a specific function, but there are a lot of different ways that you can use these for different scenarios. So this is all I did, is I just try to use like the ifs, the inputs, the using different variables, the while, the ifs and tries, and the defining a variable. I'd use this one. I actually just pulled up because I just wanted to know, but you can. This is just importing random number, so this gives a 50-50 chance of something, and just trying to come up with ways to use what I've been learning so far into something that, I guess at least is semi-entertaining to me and can help me remember all this stuff. So, let's see. I'm gonna run it here in a second. Oh man, why don't this thing? Hold on. Uh-oh. I messed up. I can't see my chat on this side, and I'd like to be able to see it on this side. I don't know why it's not. It usually automatically logs me in on this one, but I guess it's not right now for some reason, but let's see. Oh, I gotta check my phone. All this extra stuff. I don't know if anyone is watching right now. I can see if someone's watching sometimes, but this thing's real finicky. If not, it's okay. It's no big deal. You don't have to. I'm just doing this for me and for anybody that's thinking about trying the same thing too. So, oh my god, Jesus, so much. Okay, it just makes it easier for me to see what's going on, or notice if I have two sides. Okay, so all this big little code, it's like a mini little game. Okay, and all it does is starts with press press enter. Does entity have name? Now I made it to where you can put a name, you can put yes, you can put no. Let's here. I'll show you. If you put no, it's basically it just labels entity labeled as no, hello, no, because I thought it was funny. That's all. But so if we press enter and then entity has a name, put yes for example, state desired name, and I'll put PC Tart R, little capital on there. Then enter, says hello PC Tart R, verifying access to personification data log, enter your birth month number. I had to come up with some integers. I don't really know how I was going to do this, so I kind of just winged it. And so I was like, I'll just put a birth month. I don't know. So, you know, it gives you a range of picking a number without you having to physically pick a number because it's a number you have. So let's just, I mean, we'll put like 7 or something. Okay. So I made it to where that basically turns into your life. So 7 is current life status within simulation. Bad news. And then I used this function that he was teaching us earlier to mess up your name. So instead of saying your name, it's got RRT, PRRT, but that's because of the little loop that I did wherever it is, somewhere over here. Well, it's not a loop, but it's the way I did the function to where it types it backwards, but also skips a letter and then times 3. So that's why it looks like that. And it's supposed to be like an error. And then what is the last digit of your birth year? I need another number to work with. So, you know, whatever. I'm not very creative on this part of thinking, but let's say birth year ends with 5 or something. We'll push enter. Says a hacker has targeted you. Will you attack or will you run? Now there's only 2 options to put here: attack or run. Anything else besides run, then he's just gonna end up attacking you basically. So if I put run, it says PC Tart R, you cannot escape. Press enter to attack. So basically what I did is this is where I interpreted the 50% chance. There's a 50% chance that you would be able to escape, and if not, then you would have to go into the little attack thing I created. Very not complex or anything. Very simple, quick thing. Press enter to attack. So I press enter, and then it says hacker's health reduced to 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. I was just trying to use these because I was learning these the other day where it can list out the numbers. And then it says, you have survived this encounter with 2 HP. Because I started with 7 and it took away the attack from me fighting him. So now I have 2 HP and it says, congratulations, PC Tart. Now there's different, I made it to where there's like a circumstance for everything. If you don't type in the correct thing, for example. Okay, let's just put Billy Bob. Okay, my name's Billy Bob. Now, let's say I'm asking for a birth year and I put no. Then it says what a month. You know, it puts you in a cycle where if you don't put a number, then it's going to keep repeating itself. So then I'm forced to put a number. Okay. Current life is 2. Bad news. Yeah, let's get the error. What is the last digit of your birth? Same situation here. If you put anything else, it won't let you continue. So you have to put a number. We'll put 8. It says the hacker has targeted you. Will you attack or will you run? And so let's say I put attack this time because, you know, whatever. Okay, attack. Hacker has engaged in battle. Press enter to attack. So then I press enter. Oh, that didn't work right. Okay. That didn't do what it was supposed to do. Because it says you have survived this encounter with 6 HP, but I didn't survive the counter because I have negative 6 HP. And it should have triggered this, which it was working before, so I don't know why it stopped working now, but I've been messing with it a lot, so I might have messed it up. But if my health is, Well, it says my health is equal to 2. You survived this counter. What? I am very confused. Health equals 2. I messed up somewhere. You know what? I'm wondering. I'll take away. What if I get rid of this? And then instead of this, I put health. And then instead of this, I put health. Right. I wasn't expecting this outcome. Okay. Then if health is, yeah, because it's supposed to be if health is less than or equal to 0. But it's saying my health is 2, but it's also saying -6. I think I did this wrong for this situation. So let's try this. Enter Bobro, whatever. Put 8. Put a 9. Okay. There's attack. You survived with 8 HP. How does it see? Man, I had this working right now. Done jacked it up. Because why is it saying I have 8 HP if it's supposed to subtract health? Health, take away enemy health. Health equals health, take away enemy health. Return health. So that should be health is 8. Well, I don't know. I have to get back to that. Obviously, I messed up on that, so.
Yes, baby.
Who is it?
Yes, you play Animal Crossing. Olivia, stop playing with the lights. 1, 2. Okay.
Well. Let's see. All right. Well, my little code thing was working. I messed it up. I'm going to go over it and fix it again. But it did most of what I wanted it to do. I'll have to go back and look at it and see why it's doing that. What?
Found another one.
Found another one?
Yeah, this might be the one to the, what's it called? The mouse. One of the Mises.
Oh, you're talking about the computer stuff?
Yes.
Oh. Alright. And then, okay, so now I'm back to this. This is the MIT stuff. So I was looking at this, and I was getting confused at first. It took me a minute, a bit longer than I would have liked, for me to realize what he was talking about here. But, so basically what this sequence of stuff is supposed to do is it's like doing, what is it? The square roots. It's finding the square roots of a number. And that's what this sequence is. And so basically x equals 3. And then let's say that's answer, whatever. Ants equals 0. And then it turns left. I don't know why I had to use such weird words. Equals x. So x equals 3. So this equals 3. So now the while is a loop code, and then while this number, which is 3 right now, this variable has the integer of 3, does not equal 0, that means as long as this does not equal 0, it's going to continue a loop. And how we're going to do this loop is ants 0. 0 equals 0 plus 3. So what this is going to do is every time it goes through the loop, it's going to do 0 plus 3. And then once this 0 plus 3 goes into the next loop, this is going to be 3. And then it's going to be 3 equals 3 plus 3, which equals 6, which turns this to 6, and it's going to go through a loop, and then it's going to be 6 equals 6 plus 3, because x still stays 3. And it's going to go through the loop. Now the thing that stops this is this right here, because it would keep adding 3, adding 3, adding 3. This stops it because you have iters left equals iters left, take away 1. So this equals x, which equals 3. So if this is 3 equals 3, take away 1, then that means it's no longer 3 anymore, it is 2 after one loop. And then when you come back, now this is 2, does not equal 0, and then you're adding 3, and then this 2 is now going to take away 1 again, so now it's going back with 1 until it hits 0. Once this hits 0, then this sequence stops. And all he did right here is print it out so you can see it, and all it is it says 3, because x never changes, it always says 3, plus, and then this is the multiplication sign, the string of x, which is 3, plus the equal sign, plus the string of a and s. A and s is the one that kept adding 3 every time by how many times this was labeled as. So it was 3 plus, it was the answer total, which started at 0, plus 3 times, and then your answer would be 9. It was really interesting, and it took me a solid second for me to figure this out, because when you're looking at all of this, it gets really confusing. But then once you figure it out, it's like it just snaps, and it's just like, man, that was so simple.
It gives me the values I'm going to use.
It makes
I'm going to start
so
off
much
with
sense.
x equals 3. That comes from that statement. I'm going to start off with answer equals 0. That comes from that statement. And I'm going to start off with the number of iterations left equal to 3, the value of x. Here's what the code does. First thing it does is it checks to see, is iters left equal to 0? So it does that test. Answer is no. So what does it do? It takes answer and x, adds them together, gives us a new value to store an answer. It takes iters and reduces it by 1, it stores a new value. Now I've got another version of the computation. The while loop said,
speaking of which, this is actually making me think of SQL, because this chart right here, the way it is, this is the coding you would put in SQL. You would put create a table, and then you would put these, and that's what I was doing the other day, the SQL, which I need to practice that more. But this table right here, the coding for this table can be made in SQL. So it's crazy looking at things so differently after I've been messing with these programs.
says go back around. I check. Is iters left equal to 0? It's not. So same process. The current value of answer, or ants, which is 3, is added to x to give me 6. Iters left is reduced by 1. Go back around the while loop. Is 1 equal to 0? No. One more time. Change answer by incrementing it by 3, the value of x. Change iters left by 1 to get it down to 0. Now check. Is answer left equal to 0? It is, and I return 9. And aren't you glad I didn't pick 27 to do this on, but it's something simple like 3. My point is, you can see how the while loop executes appropriately. It keeps reducing one variable, the thing that's counting how many steps I want to go through here, while accumulating an answer in ants as it goes through. And you see the properties we need for this kind of a loop. I need to set the variable outside the loop. I need to test it to determine when it's done. And I need to change the variable inside the loop in addition to whatever other work I want to do as I go through this. And in fact, what we see then is that we've now got a greater capability. Branching structures, things like ifs, only let us go through a different piece of code based on a test once. They run in constant time. They're only going to go through the code once. Looping structures, like whiles, let us repeat code until a particular condition is satisfied, but now the amount of time that it takes is going to depend on the values of the variables, as well as the length of the program. And later on in the course, we're going to come back to look at that in more detail.
Exercise 5. Below are some short Python programs. For each program, answer the associated questions. So without running the code. Okay, number equals 5. If 5 is greater than 2, print number. Number, take away equals 1. Print number. Write what it prints. How does it print? Yeah, because it's going to be 5. And then so if it's greater, so it's going to print the number of 5, and then it's going to take away 1, and then it's going to print the number of 4, and then it's going to take away 1 until it is no longer greater than 2. So it's going to be 3. 3 should be the last number, because once it hits 3, it won't enter the sequence anymore. Right, what prints out separating what appears on a new line of space, so the answer for the above code would be 5 and 4. But I feel like, well, I mean, wouldn't 3 show up too? I mean, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm just like, I'm gonna run it. Oh, it is just 4 and 5. I mean, 3 is still greater than 2 though, right? So why wouldn't it run it again after that? A number equals 3, let's see. A number equals 4. It's not a loop. I'm tripping. If is not a loop, I'm an idiot. Oh my god. It's only gonna run through the sequence once. Duh. It doesn't, it's not while. It's if. I'm an idiot. Oh my god. Okay. Okay, using the range built-in function. If a given loop will not terminate, write the phrase infinite loop in the box. Using the range built-in function. Number equals 10 for number in range 5. Print number. Print number. Okay. So what it's gonna do? Number in range 5. Why is that? That's only 5. It's 10 in range of 5. God dang it! I forgot. See, I remember this, but I don't remember a single number there. What would that do? Divisor. Oh god, this is getting confusing. Okay. This is kind of hard. So, number equals 10 for number in range of 5. Print number. I don't know what that would do. I gotta be honest. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna have to. Oh, god dang. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. In range of 5. So what does a number equal at this point? It equals 4. In range of 5. You have to keep it within a range of 5. So does it even matter what the number is? Hold on. If I just run the sequence like that. Okay, and let's put a number equals 2. And put a number, make sure it's 2, it's 2. And then put that sequence again. What does it give me? Same thing. So it doesn't matter what the number equals. It doesn't matter what this is. because this is a definition and it's getting redefined here. So this is completely useless. This becomes void. It doesn't even matter what this is. And then this turns it into a sequence up to 5. And then it prints 4 because you have print number and then print number again. So, well, unless, what if number was like a negative number? Number equals -5, right? And then put that. Nope, still the same. Exact same thing no matter what the number is. So number equaling something does not mean anything here. Ugh, man. I think I might have a rough time with this. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, god dang it. And so if you put for number and range, and then whatever you put here, what if you put like a negative or something? What will it do then? Hold on. Let me see. If I put -5, what does it do? Oh, didn't mean to do that. It just prints 4. If I put a -5 instead of a 5, it just prints 4. Man, that is confusing. That is weird. For number in range, -5. Print the same sequence. If you make this a -5, the only thing it prints is 4. I don't get that. Anyways, divisor equals 2 for number in range 0, 10, 2. Divisor equals 2 for number in range 0, 10, 2. So, okay, number in range means it's going to be one. It's going to skip 2's, so it's going to be 2, 4, 6, 8. I think it stops before it hits 10, so it's probably going to be like 0, 2, 4, 6, 8, I believe. Print number divided by divisor. So 2 divided by 2 is going to be 1. And then what? 4 divided by 2 is going to be 2. Then 6 divided by 2 is going to be 3. So it's that should be it right there. 1, 2, 3, 4, because 5 would be equal to 10, and something like it can't hit that last number. It can't touch the last one. So that is interesting. And I'm assuming what this does, because I didn't notice this before, is it assumes the first number is default number as 0. This is going to be your last number. And then there is no skip number, obviously. You don't have to put a skip number. So this must be the middle number here. And then if there is no number in front of it, it just takes default as 0. So, oh, I think I need to put 0 too, actually. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. For variable in range 20, a variable percent is 4. Print variable. A variable percent is 16%. Print foo. Well, this is kind of tricky. So in a range of 20, how many are going to be a multiple of 4 basically, right? How many okay, let's do 20 divided by 4 is 5. So I think I might be wrong. It's going to print variable. Man. I think it's going to print variable like 5 times, right? I'm pretty sure. That's gonna print variable 5 times, and that's also what's 16%. I don't think there is no 16%. 16%. That'd be like, I don't even know. There's a multiple of 16. You're only gonna have one, and then it's gonna be when it hits the 16. It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's gonna be 4. How many times before? So what? 3 times or 4 times before 16. So I believe I'm doing this right. 2, 4, and then let's try foo. And then it should have another one after that too, variable. 4 times 5, yeah, okay. So that would be okay. I think that's right. I really hope I'm right on that one. For letter in Ola, print letter. For letter in Ola, print letter. Would that just be 4? For letter in Ola, I don't know. I don't know what that does. I haven't tried that. Oh man. For letter in Ola, print letter. Or maybe it's letter 4 times. I really don't know, honestly. I'm trying to think of what the computer would do in these situations, and I'm not positive. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and just guess it's that. This might even be an error. I don't know. Okay, count equals 0 for a letter in snow. For a letter in snow. Print. I gotta see if this is right first, because if this is not right, then I'm gonna be wasting my time with this one. Okay. For letter in Ola, print letter. It does HOLA. What? Oh my god! I didn't expect that. So it does this. It does H. That's what? Oh man, this is confusing. So if you use the 4 for Ola, print letter, it'll sequence letter as an individual letter each time. And so I'm sure if I print letter, it's A, right? Oh, my bad. I did it wrong. Hold on. Yep, print letter A. Oh, I don't even have to put print. I don't know why I put print, but yeah, so letter is A. It's, wow. So it works. So if you do this, then it works down the sequence where the variable letter becomes an individual one of these every single time. That's a trip. Okay, now count equals 0 for a letter in snow. Count equals 0. For a letter in snow, print letter. So it's gonna do it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Print letter. What? Hashtag. Oh, okay. So it's gonna print this, right? Letter number, and then it's gonna string count is gonna be adding a 0, and then also adding is And then also adding string letter. So letter number 0 is S. So if it did this one in one sequence, this is what it would say. Okay. And then count plus equals 1. So this number, letter number 0 equals S. And then letter number count plus equals 1, break. What's the conditions of break? Does it instantly break it? Crap, I don't remember. I don't know if it's gonna repeat that or just do that once and then I don't know. Let's see. Oh my god, that was right. Because I was like, if you put break, then it's saying that all these two conditions were met. And then as long as these two conditions are met, then it breaks out of it. So that's why it did stop at that first one. And then obviously you still had the counts equals plus 1. So, yeah. I got this one wrong though. I'm not positive here. And I got this one wrong. Let's see. Are you serious? It turned them into floats. I got the answer right, but they're floats, and I don't know why. This is crazy. Oh man, I gotta check. The baby's upset. Mama's handling it, but I don't know if I should try to help. Okay, a baby just wanted juice. But she's not saying that she wants juice. So, I'm thinking the reason behind this is because if you divide it, if you divide a number, let's take a whole number 2, or 4 divided by 2, what is it going to say? It equals 2.0. So 4 times 2 equals 8. Okay. Whenever using division with Python, apparently it turns everything into a float. It probably does this to prevent any errors, but I did not expect that. Now, I gotta figure out what's going on with this one, because this one looks really confusing. Wow, that is very different. Okay, that is not at all what I thought it was gonna be. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Variables right here. Why did it's not. Oh my god, that was just me being dumb. That was just me being dumb. I was not paying attention. I did not realize that this is not a string. This is a variable. I don't know what I was thinking. I saw that this was a string, but I don't know why I thought this was a string. I was not. I'm so frustrated with myself. Okay, that makes sense why I got that one wrong. But I'm also a little confused because foo. It's saying 0 foo 4 8 12 16 foo. Makes sense. The 4s are in place like I thought they would be. The foo. What it's saying that for variables and ranges, so it's going to go through 1 through 20, and I think it's saying that is 1 a 16, or is 0 can 0 equal? Oh yeah, because it's equal to 0. So 0 counts as 1. 0 and 16, those are the only 2 times. I didn't think of, I didn't think of 0 being 1. Okay, so I messed this up. I understand why it is the way it is now, so that's nice, because I do not like being confused, but I did not think that. Because if you, yeah, I've been working on this for a while. I'd love to like do something with this, and I've always wanted to learn this. Yeah. This one got me though for a second because I messed up, and I didn't think variable. You know, this is a string because the quotes, and I there's no quotes here, but I just thought that was a string for some reason. I wasn't thinking. So I'm kind of frustrated, but I got close to getting this one right actually. So I knew that it was gonna do this. The only thing that I didn't think was gonna happen for this is this part, because I didn't even like. I probably should have really thought about this, but you're using this is equal to 0. You're turning this into a every 16th number. It's gonna type this. So I was thinking the number 16 is gonna type it like it did right here. I didn't even think about 0 though, because you're using it equal to 0, so that forces 0 into being a multiple of 16. But hey, what's up? Are you actually Russian? Because you got a Russian name. I don't know if you're Russian or not. Because I heard they're all going through some crazy freeze stuff over there. Like crazy snow. It looks terrifying from the videos. Okay. Next exercise lowers the short. Dude, that's wild. I don't know a lot from Russia, but I do know some music. I listened to like Slaughter to Prevail, and there was this other musician I heard. What was it called? Like Rush or I can't remember how to say the name. It's like Rush or something. It's not Rush. It's I don't know how to say it. Let's see if I can go to YouTube. I can find it real quick. It's a cool freaking song I heard. What was it? something? No, that's not it. I can find it. I can find it. There it is. Rosh. However you say this. This one. This song's cool. It's like kind of heavy, but like, I mean, the music's pretty cool. I was listening to that. That's a Russian thing. Musician. I just found that while I was listening to Slaughter to Prevail. It like popped up on there. Depends where in Russia. Oh, yeah. I mean, Russia's huge. I mean, I don't know. Like, Russia's like so far away from where we are. I don't know how different it is over there. I know I saw like an old Russian movie one time, and it's like it was completely in Russia, and I was just like Russia is like a really big size country, but I don't know how full of stuff it is. I've always like been curious, like with other countries and stuff, especially Russia, just because it's like that is a really huge country, but they're way up there in the north, so I don't really. I always wondered how different it is over there. It sounds like a trip. Is everybody? Because like Canada, and like Canada, they have a lot of lands, but they only live on like the closest part to the border, and then north of that, it's like I mean, there might be people out there randomly out in the country, but I don't know if Russia's like that or like there's more lands than there are like towns and cities or anything because it's so far up north and it gets so crazy cold, dude. That place Kamchatka. I don't know how to say that. But yeah, I saw those ones, and those were like 10-story buildings, if not more, that the snow like completely went over. Like that's like ice age stuff. That's insane. That's terrifying. As the coldest it gets here, I mean, it can get in the negatives. Well, the Fahrenheit, Celsius, I don't even know, but like Fahrenheit, it can get in the negatives, but it doesn't really here where I am. I'm like pretty close to the equator, so I don't really have to worry about cold. If there's an ice age, we'll be cold, but we'll be like probably the safest. Let's see. Okay, this is a variable, right? My string is 6.00x, so that's a string for char in my string. Print char. Print done. How many times does 6 print out? How many times does period print out? Okay, how many times does all those print out? Okay, this is interesting. Because earlier, it'll turn this into one letter at a time. But if this variable equals this, then wouldn't it print each one of these out once? So wouldn't it print a sequence of this one time every time? So it should be like 1, 1. Well, that's going to be 2. And then that's going to be 1. And then how many times does done print out? Well, 1, because that's after the loop. That should be right, I would think. Okay, greetings equals hello. Count 0 for letter in greeting. For letter in hello. Count plus 1. Oh man, this is my brain right here. This is hurting my brain. Okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With 6 counts, it's gonna start at 0, go, and it's gonna add till it hits 6. If count, print letter, plus 1. If count percent is 2% equal to 0, print letter, print done. Okay, either way, done's gonna get printed once. So that's always a given. God, this is count plus 1 if count is a percentage of 2. So you're gonna get, oh, you don't even get the first, you don't even get the 0 because it's already adding 1 before it hits this part. So there's gonna be plus 1 that's not gonna be a percentage. But how long does this loop last? Oh yeah, till it runs out of letters. The sequence of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 times is the loop. And the letter is going to equal one of these every time. So it's every other letter is going to print. And it's going to print twice? Oh no, every other letter is going to print once for this. But just normally every letter is going to print. So I believe it's going to be like, it's going to print an H. And then every other letter, what? So it's going to print H for this part. And then go back. And then it's going to print E because this is going to be a 2. Okay. How many times does H print out? So it's going to be once. Times E, 2. Times those, oh, it's L. L, oh, that's going to print out 3 times because you have the single one and the double. And O is 1. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is only going to print out 1 time. And that's going to print out 2 times. I should be right. Should be. Okay. School equals Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Number of vowels equals 0. Number of cones equals 0. For char in school, if char is equal to A. Holy crap, dude. Dude, that is huge. That's a lot, man. Holy crap, that's a lot. Like, to do that in my brain, are you serious? God dang. Okay, for char in school, if char is A, or char is E or I, divide. What is this? This ain't divide. What is this? Or char is equal to 0, or char is equal to U, number, vowels, plus 1. So that turns into a 1 if it's any of these letters. Because or, not and. So what does or do? And one of them adds and one of them multiplies. So it's, I think, or it's and adds and or multiplies. So if it's or, then it's gonna be, yeah, I think it should just approve it 1. Okay. And then L, if char is equal to 0 or char is equal to M, print char, else num-cons take away 1. Okay, so this is gonna cycle through. Oh my god, this is this is brutal. This is gonna cycle through this many freaking times. But I guess it doesn't really matter because it's not asking me to print anything here except for this one, print char. So it's gonna print char for every time it's a O or a M, capital M specifically. So it's going to print an M, it's going to print a O, and then number cons, this is going to go up, this is going to go down, the amount of times that it's one of these, and if any of these don't happen, then number con, that's going to be take away 1. Then print number val is plus number of vowels and print number of counts. Okay. How many times does 0 print out? Disregard these zeros in last 2 print statements. Okay. It's going to print as many times as is here. 1, 2, 2. And then how many times does M print out? 1, because there's only one capital M. I think there's only one M anyways. What will the value of the variable number of vowels be? Oh, number of vowels. That's counting the number of vowels. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Should be 12. See. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Sometimes Y, but they don't have Y on here. Right. Okay, so that should be 12. And then else number cons is gonna take away 1, so it's gonna be the negative. What will be the value of the variable number cons? It's gonna be a negative number, and it's gonna go for everything except for vowels and yeah, the M, which is a lot. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What? Oh, crap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, fuck. Okay. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Okay, I think it's going to be a negative 21. That just hurt my eyes and my brain so bad. Okay, screw it. I got to submit it because I'm... Oh my god. How many times did O print out? 2 O's, right? I got it wrong. 3 O's. 3 O's. I didn't see that one right there. What will be the value number of vowels? Plus 1 every time you see a vowel. Dude, I thought I called A, E, I, O, U. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh crap. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. How's that not 12? 0 plus 1. Okay, let's see. Oh, I got that one right. And I got that one right. I got this one wrong. Well, let's see what it says. Correct. Oh, it only prints M. It does not print O. And the reason that it doesn't print O, I was thinking this earlier, but I wasn't sure. Because if you put if, then it cancels out the other ones. It cancels elif because you're already using O here. So that was... I should have realized that one. That's 0. No big deal. But the vowel is this equals 11. For some reason. I don't know if it's because of 0. I'm not counting right or something. 0, once you see 1, that turns into 1. And then this one equals 25, probably because I'm straining my brain trying to see all these numbers. But I think I knew what I was doing with it. It's just that hurt my brain. That gave me a headache just staring at all those letters. The coding text threes. Yeah. Yeah, that was ugh. That was so hard to look at and read. That like hurt my brain, dude. I'm like, I got a headache now. I was like, ugh, that was straining. They could have did something a little shorter. Like it would have been nice. Ugh. Let's see, where's I need some freaking headache medicine. I thought I had some right here. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know where the headache medicine is. Oh well. Alright, let's see what he's got now. See, I feel like I understood 3, but it was like, it was way too, that was hurting my eyeballs. Very bad. Why is this not zoomed in all the way?
This notion of an iterative algorithm is really valuable. It broadens dramatically the class of things that we can compute. Again, if I just have branching things, I can only go through the code once. Now, I can start generalizing. And so we've got things that do much more than just the simple
Hey, what's up,
arithmetic
Black
we were
Cat?
doing earlier. We can read.
I'm back to trying to study this coding stuff. Unfortunately, I'm doing the boring one then, the MIT one. It started picking up at least, but the dude still talks a lot. But I mean, he's kind of got to talk a lot for me to grasp it. So he seems like a chill dude. I like him. I think he's all right. But you know, I do gotta like focus enough. Honestly, the variable names are really misleading. It doesn't even count the vowels and the consonants right. I and spaces will be counted as consonants. Oh, the spaces. I didn't think of the spaces at all. I was thinking of the letters, but I totally forgot that the spaces would also be counted. That's why I got that negative one wrong. But I am very confused on the vowels. It doesn't even count the vowels and consonants right. Yeah, the vowel, yeah, it doesn't, because, yeah, if it's counting the spaces, then it's not counting all the consonants. It's also counting the spaces. I didn't even think of that. And then on top of that, I'm still confused about the vowel thing. Because if it's 0 and it's +1 for every vowel, and there was 12 vowels, I feel like it should have put out 12. And I don't understand why it didn't. Yeah, I don't know. I'm confused about that. Why it put 11 instead of 12. But the other one makes sense because I didn't even think about the spaces. Yeah, this dude does talk a lot. But he knows what he's talking about. He's legit, you know, and he's so chill. It does kind of make you fall asleep. You just gotta try to lock into it, I guess. I don't know.
Repeat a sequence of steps.
Because in the if there were only lowercase vowels. Oh, wait. One of them, the institute, the I in institute, I was counting that because it was a cap. God dang, I didn't even think of that. You're right. Ah, that's what it was. Okay, now it all makes sense. Dude, that's so much to think about. You know they did that on purpose to get you really thinking about it. I didn't even think about that because it's uppercase. And it's crazy because I was thinking about that with the M and with the M when it was saying the M, and I was like, oh, it's a capital M, but there's no other M, so it didn't matter that I was counting that anyways. But I thought of that for that part, but then I didn't think about it for the rest, so that's a trip. I feel like they intentionally did stuff like that to try to get you really thinking like how a computer would think. I mean, it's very literal. I'm good. Yesterday we did the little stream chatting stuff. We were gonna try to play Diablo, but then my computer was being a butthead. I don't know why, but like I used to be able to stream Diablo, but now it's like if I try to play Diablo and run OBS Studios at the same time, it's being a little butthead. But I think it's because I also use this vertical plugin in OBS Studios, and I think maybe that has something to do with it. I don't really know. I don't know why it's doing that, but just came back from school. That's awesome. What are you in like, I don't know, kind of, are you going to college or are you just in like normal school? I'm not any. This is what I got. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why it was doing that. I don't know if it's because I restarted it and tried it, but then so we ended up just not playing Diablo and just like we ended up going down the rabbit hole of a lot of crazy stuff that's going on right now all over the news and stuff. In grade school. What's grade school? Oh, you're in. Wait, aren't you in Canada or something? Isn't that what they call it over there? We call it public school. What does grade school mean? Yeah, isn't that? I think
Multiple times.
like here they call grade school public school, but yeah, if you're in Canada, then because isn't there something like you get? Look, I saw the show called The Trailer Park Boys. I don't know if you ever heard of it, but that's what I remember. That dude in there, he kept saying he was trying to get his grade 9, and I was like, "What is a grade 9?" But I guess it's like a Canada thing or something. I don't know, but yeah, it's just y'all call it a little different over here. They call it public school. And then, yeah, when you get to, because it's like elementary school, middle school, high school, and then when you get to high school, instead of like your grade being a number, you are like ninth grade is freshman, 10th grade is sophomore, then junior, then senior until you graduate. And then that also goes to college too for some reason. Like it restarts. So you get to college and then you're a freshman, sophomore, but I don't know. It's weird. I don't know why they do that. So there's always weird extra stuff. Yeah, this is what I was tripping out about though. Is I knew that the four thing, like the four in, you could do like the range and you could print out the numbers, but I didn't know that it also worked with like letters, like strings, and it did each individual string as if it were an integer. That was a kind of a trip. I just realized that we can repeat a sequence of steps multiple times based on some decision leads to new classes of algorithms. One useful example are guess and check methods.
It's based on a decision. One of the things that comes out naturally once we have this idea of repeating things is a set of methods that are sometimes called guess and check methods. They're very useful, even though they're not always the most efficient technique. And I want to extend that notion of iterative algorithms to capture examples of guess and check methods. Go back to what we talked about in an earlier lecture. Remember we had that declarative definition of square root. Square root of x was that y such that y squared was equal to x. And I said, if we were lucky somebody gave us a guess, we could at least use it to check whether we were right. Now we went and looked a different direction. We looked at an algorithm to actually compute it. But we can go back to that idea. Because if we had a good way to generate guesses, we could use that declarative definition to check. That's the basis of guess and check. I'm going to have to come up with a way of systematically making guesses for the possible answer, check them, and keep doing that in an iterative algorithm until I find a good solution. Let's see how we might do that. I'm going to use cube root rather than square root just to change it up a little bit, but the same idea would work. One way to use this idea would be to try and find, for example, starting at 0, try 0 cubed, then 1 cubed, then 2 cubed, and so on until I get to a point where I find a k such that k cubed is greater than x. If I found the cube root before then, I stop, but once I've got something greater than x, I know I can stop. Now clearly this is only going to work for integers. I can't do it for all possible numbers, but in this case there's only a finite number of things that I need to try. So let's see what that would do. Here's some code that would actually make it happen. I'm going to start by inputting.
Yeah, we got the same amount of years. Yeah, kindergarten to 12th grade. We also got pre-K. I mean, pre-K is optional, but yeah, 12th grade's senior in college. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if that's, yeah, that's how ours is pretty much, except like 9, 10, 11, 12. You could still call those 9, 10, 11, 12, but everybody just calls them like freshman, sophomore, and junior and senior. Let's see. Yeah, it's crazy how different things are. X equals integer, input, enter an integer. 0, well, answer is cubed is less than x. All this is less than x. Answer equals answer plus 1. If ans cubes 3 doesn't equal x, print string with the letter x plus is not a perfect cube, else print cube root of x is whatever that would be left with. God dang. Okay, so this puts it in a, god dang, Jesus, this is racking my brain right here. Holy crap. Okay. But I thought you can't multiply 0 times 0 is 0, right? So if you cube 0 into 3, I mean, what is, that doesn't do anything. It's just 0. So what's the point of that? Wow. 3 cube, oh, because you're adding 1, right? So then it's no longer 0, so then it'd be 1, and then, okay. This is a lot. Ands is always 0. It's, well, it's always 0, you know, if it does this.
An integer?
But like, then when you hit here, then it adds 1, so now it becomes 1 after this. And then I guess I gotta go through the if. But it's gonna do this, and it's gonna turn into 1. And then from here, it's gonna be 1 cubed, which will be 3. Doesn't equal x. But what is x? X is the integer that you put in. So x is the number that you put in, whatever number you put in. And if this doesn't equal that number, then it's not a perfect cube. Then x is not a perfect cube. If, okay, I get it now.
Oh, you're still streaming?
Yeah.
It's cozy in here.
Yeah, the heater is kicking it up. Alexa, what's the temperature in here right now?
It's currently 74.3 degrees Fahrenheit in your main bedroom.
Oh, well, that didn't really change.
Alexa, what's the temperature in the living room?
The living room temperature is 73.4 degrees Fahrenheit.
It
Oh,
feels
it
so
hasn't
much
changed.
colder. It feels so much colder.
It's only 1 degree difference. It's a trip.
It is so much cozier in here.
Yeah, no, I just figured it out. So, this literally runs through the ANS, starts at 0, and it's gonna add 1 every single time, and it's gonna run through a series of every single cubed, you know, 3. So like 1. No, wait. 1 times itself 3 times would still be 1, but like 2 times itself 3 times is like 2, 4, and then 4 times this 8, right? Is that how it works? I forgot. No, I think it's 2 times 2 times 2, so it's 2 times 2 is 4, and then isn't it 4 times 2? Then that equals 8, right? Is that? God dang it! I don't even. Yeah, it's 8. Okay, I'm not. My brain. Okay, so yeah, it's gonna go through a sequence of every single cubed number, and then while it's searching for the number that you put in. So until it finds the number that you put in, it's going to tell you if that number has a cubed root and what it is. And if it isn't, then it's going to tell you it's not a perfect cube because it's not a, you know, this is crazy. Put value. if input value is greater than 0, then while will run. Yeah. So initially, it being 0, it's not going to do anything. But every time it runs through this loop, it's going to add 1. So this is basically just it's basically every number that it's going to go through that is a cubed number. That's basically what that's going to turn into. So it's going to turn into every cubed possibility, and it's going to loop it like that until it's less than x, depending on what you put. Wait, yeah. No, so while it's less than x. So until this becomes greater than x, it's going to stop this loop. And if it doesn't equal x, then it's going to say it's not a perfect circle. Else it's going to give you the cube root of it. I believe that's what it's doing. Then if and else condition as not part of a one. So x is not 0. Then if part will be executed, otherwise else will be run. Well, yeah, because it's like, yeah, because x, you don't have a number. I mean, it's whatever number you want to put. And then if that number is able to be cubed, then it'll, but, well, no. I think it's the other way around. It's not that, like, it's, if it's a number that can, like, not be cubed, but like the backwards way. I mean, I could probably just, well, here, I'll let him, because he's probably about to tell me what it does anyways. Rocket League shots. Yeah, your Rocket League shots are way better than mine. I get a few, dude, the other day I did one of the ones where I tapped it above the goal, and then I caught it with a reset and then pushed it back in the goal. That was pretty awesome. I was very excited about that shot. It was the first time I did that one, but yeah, I think that's what it's gonna do. Is, yeah. So I'm just gonna play it before I keep talking about it, because it's just talking in circles.
Notice my use of input. I'll remind you that says it's going to print out that message, then read in whatever I type in into the environment inside Python. Remember that input returns something as a string, so I'm going to convert it into an integer.
But yeah, you are right about the if and so x, yeah, because while isn't. I'm going to
assume I typed in an integer. If I give it something else, it's not going to work. And then I'm just going to have a little loop. I'm going to.
Yeah, the if and else aren't part because they're not spaced. Because if they were, then they technically would be spaced out here, so they're treated separately. So this is going to keep looping as long as it's less. But it's going to loop. Well, I guess this would continuously loop, but then if this ever becomes this, so this just has to become greater than the number that you put in. And then once it becomes greater than the number that you put in, because that would be the first one, that would be a multiple of 3, I guess, then this would stop. And then that would give you that number. And if that is not equal to that, then yeah.
Set up answer to be 0. And then, as long as I have something that's less than the thing I'm trying to find the cube of, I'm just going to increment, add 1 to it. And I'm going to keep doing that until I get something that is equal to, something where the cube is either equal to x or greater than x. And once I get there, I'll simply check to see, did I actually get the cube, by doing a test. Let's try this out. Again, I've got a little same piece of code over here. I'm going to load it into my system. It says enter an integer. Let's give it something reasonable like 27. So in my environment, I give it 27. Oh, good. Cube root is in fact 3.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. It was going to do it the reverse way, where it finds the number, And then, yeah. Because you're cubing, I forgot what that's called when you do it backwards the other way. I mean, you're finding the cubed root of something, like.
Try something else. And I'm going to load this into my system.
And if it's not,
And
then
I
it'll
don't know,
tell you
let's
that
pick,
it can't be cubed.
38. And it says, doesn't work. It's not a
Yeah.
perfect cube.
Because, yeah.
All right, my code runs. What was this doing? It's simply using a loop right here to generate guesses. And it's going to keep doing that until it gets either to something that is the right thing or has gone too far, and in which case I'm simply going to do a check to see which case I'm in.
Oh, yeah, because, yeah, you have to see if it's the right thing or if it's gone too far, because if it went too far, then that was the extent of chances that you wanted to give it, and that would stop it from continuously going. That would give it the final number, and if it didn't equal X, that final number, then obviously it couldn't be, but first line taking input from user. First line taking input from user, yeah. Yeah, the first line takes the input, convert into integer, save an X variable. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what this first part does. X becomes the number that you pick. Second line is value always. Well, it is 0 when it starts, but as long as this is less than the number you input, it'll add 1 every time. Love the store. The store? What store? I don't know. Oh, stream. Oh, thanks. I appreciate it. I was confused. Yeah, no. Well, this number will go up though every time it loops until it equals what you put as X. But yeah, autocorrect. Oh no, it's all good, dude. I do the autocorrect all the time. I mean, this is the good thing about typing. You don't have to worry about that. Just like typing too fast. But on phones, yeah, dude, the autocorrect gets, because I don't even do the typing thing, and like I do like the drag thing where you like hold your finger down and drag across all of the letters you want. But
here I'm using that declarative knowledge because there's the test. Test is right there to see, do I have something that is in fact the cube root? That's nice. That's what I'd like.
yeah, because let me see something. Because if you run this code that he's saying, oh man, I gotta type it out. Hold on. I can check
What could I say
and
about?
see.
That's nice.
Yeah, because right here ANS, that's what he was doing earlier. If it was a cube, then ANS would be that. Oh, thanks. But yeah, this number becomes that multiple that it was showing earlier whenever it showed the answer. So that's the other reason it couldn't stay zero, because it shows you that it becomes that number, because that's what the cubed root of the number you put in is, and then it shows you that number that it came up with after this ran through a bunch of them. Yeah. I don't know where it was at.
Decide down here whether in fact I want the negative or
Oh, crap.
positive.
I think I
version
jumped
of
around
that.
too much.
They fix that. That is the right thing or
Yeah.
has gone too far. And in which case I'm simply going to do.
No, the third line is about while loop. It run only if condition is true. Here we has cubed, meaning the power of 0 is 3, which is always 0. So answer 3 equals 0. We need to check whether this 0 is less than our input. Yeah, yeah, because it's this. Yeah, even if this is the first time that it does this, it's like the 0 is literally just to make it to where you can add the number 1 every time and run through all the numbers. But that 0 is, I mean, unless you put in 0, but it's only gonna run that false, that useless first initial loop, and then with every loop you add a number until it tries every number that's less than the number you put in, and then it'll see if it's equal to it or not, and it'll, that's how it tells you if it's is able to be cubed or not. But
check to see which case I'm in. Here I'm using that declarative knowledge because there's the test. Test is right there to see, do I have something that is in fact the cube root? That's nice. That's what I'd like. What could I say about this piece of code? First of all, it's only going to work for positive integers. Okay, I could easily fix that by just keeping track of the sign and then looking at the solution to the positive case. And I do this because one of the things we want to do with code is think about how well does it run? Does it run on all the things I expected? And how might I modify it? And here the modification is actually pretty straightforward. I'm going to do the same kind of thing. I'm going to run the code, but I'm going to use abs, which is a built-in function, to take the absolute value of x. I'm going to check the cube root against the absolute value of x. And then when I'm done, I can just decide down here whether in fact I want the negative or positive version of that. I could make that change and run it. I'm not going to do it. It'll work for me, but it simply shows you that I can easily extend my code to build new versions of things to handle cases that I didn't think about when I wrote the first version of the code. There's the first version of a guess and check method.
so I don't know what absolute value is. I mean, I guess that goes for positive or negative. He didn't fully explain that one. And then he also added this part if x is less than 0. Oh, I guess turn it into, oh, okay, so he added it to where if it's less than it, then turn it into a negative number. ABS to convert x value into positive like mode, right? That's what I'm thinking, because that's the only reason I can think of that he would do this, is because if you're turning it into a positive number here, essentially, then you're going to end up with a positive number. And so here you're turning it into a negative number, so when you do print it out, it tells you that it's a negative number.
A little slow, but it does the right kind of thing. Now, one of the things that we've talked about is that we know when we do a loop that we need some characteristics. In particular, we need a loop variable that's initialized outside the loop, that changes within the loop, and that's used to test when I'm done. That notion we can also capture in a little bit more general form, because it's useful to think about what's happening inside the loop. How do I know the loop's actually going to stop? And for that, we often want to think about something we call a decrementing function. The idea is that we're going to map all of the program variables into an integer, and when the loop is entered, that value is going to be something that's non-negative. When I go through the loop, it's going to keep decreasing, and when that value gets less than or equal to 0, I know I want to terminate. So this is a capturing of this idea of the loop variable in terms of looking at what's being done inside the loop. And in my case here, I was simply using the absolute value of x minus answer cubed as my decrementing function. If you think about it, every time through the loop, that is decreasing. And once it gets to a stage where it's either less than or equal to 0, I'm ready to stop, and I'm going to be able to go on to see whether I've actually computed a perfect cube or not. What could go wrong? Well, these are the standard problems with a loop. Suppose I don't initialize the variable. Most likely thing is I get something called a name error, which is I'm going to try and refer inside the loop to something that I haven't defined outside the loop. There is no value. I can't look it up. That's at least okay. I'm going to stop. What's worse is if I've used that loop variable somewhere else in my code before this, I'm actually going to get something that starts off the computation in a place I don't expect. And that's a harder problem to find. So this is one of the things we always want to remember with loops. Make sure we initialize the variable before we start it. What if I forget to change the variable inside the loop? I'm in trouble, because I'm going to go through that loop until I get really tired of the machine running. It's going to simply go through what we call an infinite loop, doing exactly the same code over and over and over again, because it will never reach a terminating condition. And those are two standard problems with using a loop. A while loop in particular is I've got to make sure I set up the variable ahead of time, I've got to make sure I'm changing it inside the loop, and I need to make sure that the termination test is actually using that variable appropriately. But as long as I get into the discipline of that, set the variable, write the loop, decrement the variable inside the loop, and check for it, I should be okay. So that gives us actually a broad class of algorithms. Not the most efficient, not going to work in every case, but a good guess and check algorithm is something where you guess a value, you check to see if it's right, you change the conditions inside the loop, and you keep guessing until you find a solution or you've used up all the possible values. This is an example of a set of algorithms called exhaustive enumeration. And you can see why exhaustive. Two reasons. One, you're going to exhaust all possible options to use. And two is it's going to take a while to run, so you get tired waiting for it to finish. But as computers get faster, surprisingly many of these algorithms can actually work quite well. On the other hand, I might not want to always think about.
Here, I want to check something real quick, that absolute thing, because let me see if I've never used this before. Return the absolute value of an argument. I mean, if I just put like -3 in there by itself, what does it do? Yeah, it gives me a positive. Yeah, so if you do that, yeah, the ABS, it just flips it to a positive. Okay, I was just double checking.
Making sure I initialize a loop variable, do a while loop, and then change it inside. So I could clean this code up by using the other kind of variable, the other kind of iteration structure, a for loop.
I'm trying to see this. Cube equals 8 for guess and range. Cube plus 1. That's 8 plus 1 if guess cubed equals cube this number. Print cube root of is guess cube root of the 8 is, so this is another way to write it, I guess, in range, because guess you're gonna run and guess this many times. But guess is an integer, right? So I don't know.
So here's a nice variation.
Positive how this one's supposed to work.
I could set up a value for cube. I could have read it in, but I could set up a value for the thing I'm trying to find the cube root of, and then just run a for loop.
Oh yeah, you're turning guess into an integer here because cube is 8. 8 plus 1 is 9. So guess, and then you're gonna, it's the number 9 you're gonna run if 9 cubed equals 9 times cube. Okay.
Because I know
I
that
think
the
I know
cube
how it
root
works.
has to be less than cube itself.
Take the value of guess from user, right? The value of guess from, yeah, I think the value of guess becomes the cubed number. Well, it's 8 and then it's plus 1, so it turns into a 9. I mean, I could see what it does. I'm kind of confused with this one a little bit. This is kind of, because it's, you're for guess and range, then it's just gonna be 9. So it means it just runs one time because it's one integer, right? Or no? God dang it, I forgot how this worked. Okay. For guess. For guess and range. I'm just gonna put a number because I kind of forgot. 8 plus 1. Expect them. Oh my god. Let's see. Forgot the colon. Oh, that's right. When you do range, it doesn't do the top number. So you have to put a +1 because it won't, if you put 8 in there, it won't reach 8. So you always have to put a +1 when you're doing range, because it won't hit all the way to that number. So then it'll run it and then guess equals 8. Yeah, because it won't run all the way to 9. The plus one's just because it's how that range code works. And then guess becomes 8 cubed equals 8. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is literally all it does is guess takes the number 8 and then cubes it. And then if that cubed number is equal to 8, then it prints out what it is. Yeah, I don't really understand why. I'm kind of curious as to what, because I mean, they always show you this. He's showing this for a reason, but like I don't really feel like this doesn't look like a guess and check like what he was saying earlier, where it was like trial and error. You know what I mean? Trying to find it. I mean, it looks like you're literally just taking the number, inputting it here, you know, giving it the cubed number, and then printing it out. Like, that doesn't look like this. I don't understand how this is a guess and check method. It doesn't really seem like a guess and check method to me. If our guess value is between 0 and 8 and 9 not included, yeah, then our for loop start running. Guess number, but it will be infinite loop, right? As guess number not increasing. Well, this doesn't create an infinite loop because it's a for, not a while. So this one won't be an infinite loop. It'll just run. It'll run guess as the digits 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I guess like the only thing you could say is that it's going to run it 9 times, and it's going to run 0 through 8, you know, until it's equal to what this, what 8 is, you know, the cube number. 4 starts from, yeah, it starts from 0. Yeah. It starts from 0, and then it stops at our number. And the only reason you put +1 is because if you put 8, it won't actually reach 8. Because the way the range code works, it stops right before that number, basically. So instead of counting that number that you're putting in, you have to put a +1 if you want it to count that number. But for 8, it will print when guess reaches 2. But we'll go through other numbers. Yeah, because it'll do guess will try. It'll try 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then once it hits the first number that matches, it'll say that that's a cube root of, yeah. Let's see, because if it's, I mean, it would be, cause, yeah, I guess it would stop at 2, wouldn't it? Because it would run 0, 1, 2, and the cubed root of 2 is 8. Yeah, so then it would say cube root of 8 is 2. Because it wouldn't even run through all the way to 8, it would stop at 2, because that would be the one that would equal it. It won't stop. Or it'll run all the 8 technically in there. I mean, it won't print any of that out, but it'll run all that information, and then this one is the only one that catches the 2 and prints it. Putting print guess before. Yeah, you're probably right, because I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, because whatever it leaves, yeah, because if it stops at 2, then after this sequence, then it would print guess as 2. But if it doesn't, then that means it did run through the full sequence, but this is just for this part right here, it'll put the 2. But yeah, you're right. I don't know if it'll actually, hold on, let me do it where I can see. I'm kind of wondering now if it'll actually run it through. Let's see. Alright, let's go ahead and just do it the way it'll do. Q equals 8. I mean, I don't really need to put that, but 4 is in range cube. God dang it. Ugh. Typing all crappy. Oh wait, hold on, let me copy this because I just realized I didn't actually check what guess was first. Okay, so guess. Well, guess is sitting out here right now. So let's put. How do we get rid of that? Okay, guess equals none. Okay, so guess is nothing. Okay, so now I can do it. Oh, I freaking typed it wrong. Hold on. Forgot the E in guess. There. Cube root of 8 is 2. Yeah, that's what we're saying. And then guess equals 8. So it does run all the way through. Yeah, you're right. It won't stop. Yeah. I wasn't sure actually, because I was like, technically, I mean, even if it doesn't, even if you're not telling it to print it out, it's still running that, right? All the way through 0 through 8. But this is like, if it meets these conditions, then it's going to print out this. But that doesn't stop it from running all those numbers anyways. That lets it run all. That's why it's a guess and check, because he is running multiple numbers, and then the one that's popping up is gonna, but that's not gonna stop it. That's just gonna allow it to print out that. That's a trip.
Of integers, things greater than 1. So I can simply use range to generate all possible things I want to use as a guess, and then run a for loop, where I'll run this and simply say, again, check to see is guess cubed equal to cube. If it is, I'm done. Let's see what happens if we try that one out. So I've got a little simple version of that over here. I'm going to start off with cube equal to 8, and if I run it, it does the right thing. It says cube root of 8 is 2. Let's try 27. And if I run that, wow, it's great. Cube root of 27 is 3. This is working really well, okay? But suppose I now give it something different, like 28, and I run it.
Error.
What happened? Well, it completed. I can check that over here if I go back to my...
Oh yeah, it ran the code. It ran the
but it didn't
range.
print anything out.
It didn't print anything out because
I made a slip when I wrote the code. That code is going to run through all possible options for guess, but it's
in for loop. Yeah. The actual word in. You know, I actually don't know. Because I noticed that they, you know, the way you type it out is you use the for loop, and the in is also like, I mean, it's purple, so in is a specific, I don't know, what do you call that? It's a function, yeah. So if is a function, but I don't really know what the in function actually is. I wonder if it'll tell me. Maybe if I put it over here. Let's see. I don't know. Alright, let's try. And the operators in and not in test for membership. X in S evaluates to true if X is a member of S, and false. So in is used to determine like the Boolean function true or false. Which I think that, yeah, so I think the in is what stops it. Because once it's equal to the number that you put in range, then that's what. So the for is the loop, and the in is what stops the loop, right? Yeah, because well, in range, if you don't put a number, because range you can put, I believe the way it works is, you can put you can put a start integer, a stop integer, and then a step integer, to where like you can put three numbers in range. But if you, I was testing that earlier, if you only put one digit, then that one digit is stop, and your start digit is automatically 0, is its default. So if I put one number, that's automatically, and that has nothing to do with n. I think the n function is whatever number is in the range that the for starts the loop, the n stops the loop. And range gives you three options to a number you want to start with. If you don't put a number you want to start with, then it starts at 0 by default. A number you want to stop at, and then if you want to skip numbers, then you can skip numbers as well. If, number this will only happen when value. Yeah, because that if situation, because either way, whenever he puts in the number here, it's still gonna run through that entire sequence in the background. You're not gonna see it because it doesn't tell you to print every single sequence. Now, what you could do is you could put this, and then right under this one, the for this string of code stuff right here, you could put print guess, and it'll show you that it's doing it, but it's not going to show you anything because you don't have that. The only thing that you have is you're only going to tell it to print something when it does this, but it's still going to run all that other information in the background, whether it shows you it or not. Oh. Yeah. Did I learn list yet? I don't think so. I don't think I've learned list. That thing, I don't know. Yeah, no, I haven't. I don't know what lists are. I'll just say that now. The only thing I have learned was something that could possibly be similar to it would be like this. The def, when you're defining a variable and you can input other variables into it to create like its own body of function. So all you have to do is type that variable and you can input numbers, kind of like the range thing, but I can explain how it works. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's the only, yeah. So I don't know what lists are, but that's the only thing that sounds like it could kind of be familiar, because you can put a lot of stuff within def to create one big function. But yeah, no, I haven't done any of the list stuff. I don't even know what that is yet. They haven't talked about it. Yeah, I don't know when they might be getting to that or not. I'm sure there's still like a bunch, because this is already like, it starts off super simple and then every little extra step is like, man, it's like a trip. Especially like seeing how this stuff works, because like it can work one way for one thing, but that's not the only way that it can be used. Like, I think that's the craziest thing about all this coding stuff, is that it can perform these functions, but depending on how you use these functions, you can make it do a bunch of different things. It's like, it's a trip. It should be a bit hard to understand how a for loop works internally. Well, I think the for loop, I don't know, because it's like you have the while loop, and you know, it's like while is you're like, as long as these conditions work, then you keep it in a loop, and then you can give it a break, or if it doesn't meet those standards of while, then it won't even be in that loop. But I don't entirely understand why for and while are separate. Like, I don't know. That's kind of, I was trying to look that up earlier, and I just like it whenever I was looking it up, like I wasn't really understanding. So while statement, yeah, because I know that while is like, I mean that one's pretty. I think it's for that I'm just like not entirely understanding, because I know it creates a loop, but the for statement is used to iterate over the elements of a sequence, such as yeah. Well, I guess it's just the way that it's designed. They probably have to be separate because they don't obviously function the same way. Are you guys? Dude, I don't even know. I just started doing this because I wanted to. I don't know about everybody else. I just know there's free classes online, so I started doing them. Yeah, I guess the for loop, because the while loop keeps you in a loop in order to meet a certain condition. Like if you're meeting a certain condition, it'll keep you in a loop. Unless you create a condition for it to break out of it. But for is used not necessarily as a condition loop, but a sequence loop. Yeah, because I noticed whenever you use the range, is that what it was? Yeah, I think it was the range. Whenever you use it, you can use it with numbers, or you can use it with integers, or you can use it with strings, and it kind of works the same way, but it just treats them differently. It'll run the sequence of numbers, or it'll run the sequence of the string. So if you have a string, technically it's like those, each letter acts as like a number. Like if you put like have, then the way the computer runs it as a, in the loop with range would be like H would be 0, A would be 1, V would be 2, and E would be 3. But I know like you can even do that with like, what is it, like I was saying that there was another thing that they were doing where like if you have a word like have, then you can do the square things that you were just putting, yeah, like the 1, 2, 3. And I could put like, if I just want to pick a single number out, I could put 2. Oh, because that's a variable. Never mind, hold on. Okay, let's do this. Have, and then I think I have to keep these in the colon. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember. No, well wait, no, I gotta keep them on the outside of the colon. Let's see. Yeah, so yeah, that's a way that you can see how it works, where like if you put 2, then it'll be V, or if you put like 1, 2, 3 after and a string, then it would print from 1 to 2, which 0, it starts at 0, so the H is 0, and it would print A and V, but because there's a 3 at the end, then it skips 3, so I think the only I would only put A for like if you used 1, 2, 3 like in that form for what I was talking about. But and checks if the variables is in, use it in if, and checks if the variable is in the collection. If you use if, it just returns true or false. For loop, takes every item in a collection on order and does with it whatever is written inside. If you use it's an if. So if you use it in if for guess range function for guess. Yeah, no, yeah, that's how range for 3 it will return 0, 1, 2. But yeah, I'm kind of confused. Well, the if thing n checks if the variable is in the collection. If you use it in if, it just returns true or false. What do you mean, like if you put like for guess if range? I don't know. Expected else after if. I guess I don't know. I'm kind of confused what you were saying there. Huh? Oh, the classes? Yeah, no, these are, so the website that I'm using, it's free classes, but you can go through these classes for free, but if you want a certificate, then you have to pay for it. It's not like real cheap. Like this one introduction to computer science is like over $100 to get the certificate, but you can do the entire class for free, and it's, it's MIT, which is like Minnesota or something, some institute in Minnesota, and they have this EDX thing. I don't know, but you go to edx.org and they have like a bunch of courses for like coding and stuff for free, and you can run through it. And if you can even start it, and you have kind of like a time limit if you want to get a certificate, like a proof basically that you learn this stuff, then you can. It's not like, it's cheaper than a college, but it's not gonna. I think you can actually. I was looking it up too, and they even do like you can get bachelor's and master's degrees online. I think with the MIT thing, but of course it's a very longer class. If one in range, though, I'm curious. I want to try that now. What is it? If one in range. Three. If one. If one in range 3. Oh, are you saying, okay, so instead of putting 4, you can put if. You can replace 4 with if. And if you put if, then it doesn't give you the... So, yeah. So range is 0 through 3 is what the computer is running. And if 1 is within the range of those 3, then you print 1. Oh, but it doesn't say true or false. It just says 1. Or is it because 1 is true? I don't know. Range. Oh. That didn't do anything. If 3 in range 6. Okay, so if the number is within range and you try to print that number, If it's not in range, then it won't print. If the number is in range, then it will print the number. But the certificate is free. I mean, this one says it's not, but because it keeps trying to make me pay for it, so I don't know. It might be a different one, I'm not sure. But I know they have different classes. This is just the one I started messing with. Oh, if you run one range. Okay, so one in range 3. Oh yeah, it does say true. Yeah, so the N finds out if it's related, and then the range gives the range, and then depending on if you put for creates the loop. If you put if, then it just sees if the conditions are met, and if the conditions are met, then it'll print it because it's within that range. If the conditions are not met, then it won't print it. And then if you don't use if, then it'll just tell you if it's true or false, if it's within the range. Oh, but that was also because I was putting print. But then if one, yeah, because, yeah, if you put an if condition, you have to put a, let me see. Yeah, I think the if, yeah. Yeah, you have to put a condition for if, so that's why it doesn't. Range. Yeah, then it just waits for me to create a condition if I use if. So if I put if, maybe print, I don't know. I was seeing if there was a way when you use if you could also make it a boolean, but I don't know, it wasn't really working for me. But I did what you did, and you were right that it returned true. Same course. Really? You saw the same course? Finding someone for quick learning. Yeah, I literally just started streaming because I'm also, like, I want to learn this stuff, and if I stream, then maybe I can run into people, because, like, this is just what I know, is, like, I was trying different stuff that I've heard of, and if, like, there's other people that are doing the same thing, because, you know, you see people on YouTube, like, doing it too, like, that's what I've been doing, is looking up YouTube videos and stuff, how people get into this kind of stuff. But I figured if I streamed this, then I could also potentially run into people that are in that field and know how to get into it, and maybe even can give, like, pointers and tips and stuff. So that's kind of another reason why I'm streaming this. But as for right now, I just started streaming this stuff, so y'all are pretty much the only, like, I get, like, yeah, this is pretty much it. It's just me doing this stuff. Just trying to reach out there to see if any, you know, to anybody else that's, like, trying to do the same thing. So maybe if we know anything that the other person doesn't know, then, I mean, we can give each other tips and stuff or help each other out. Yeah, because not everybody's got the time or money for college and stuff. So Especially, I've always wanted to do this, and I wanted to go to ITT like a long time ago, and I wasn't in the ability, like I was able to get the loans and the grants, but I couldn't get to the school, so I was dealing with a problem. And then like I went and like did other careers and stuff, and I've always wanted to go back to doing this. I just never had time for it, so I just started doing it and streaming it. So I don't even know. Like the only way I know that you meet people is either by trying to reach out through social media, or actually physically going to the schools. But I mean, not everybody can physically go to the schools. Like not everybody's got that capability. So might as well try to do it on social media. Hold on.
Hey.
I gotta pee real quick.
How's your thing coming along?
Well, then good. It was starting to get complicating because like the other day when I did it, I was getting like really mind rattled, but like a lot of it's like actually like making sense. I just like it's like when it clicks, it clicks. You know what I mean? Like you sit there and you look at it and you try to think about it, and then like eventually.
So you're starting to see the Matrix.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, I'm basically Neo.
Basically. Turn off the little faux fireplace. Got the actual fireplace going. Oh no. Let's see, let me add some letters and numbers real quick. See if he notices. Oh, thank you. Let's see. Should I click on something? Mix it up for him. Make him decode my code. I'm adding numbers and letters.
Wow.
Added numbers and letters. Now you gotta figure out where I added them.
I added numbers and letters. What are you talking?
I'm just kidding.
I swear.
Guess it wasn't stressful. Just gotta mix it up a little.
Well, that ain't stressful. It just, it gets exciting when you figure stuff out.
Hey, I'm making chicken nuggets and french fries.
Okay, yeah, I kind of got the munchies. Well, yeah, she's been studying, what is it called? Real estate. Yeah. So I've been doing this, and she's been studying real estate. She's really a lot deeper into the real estate than I am into this, so.
Only going to print something out if, in fact, I find something that is the cube root, if there is a perfect cube. 28, that's not going to happen. It didn't give me anything informative. So I ought to clean that up, and I can. By simply saying, do the same thing. I've actually cleaned it up to add in abs here so that I'm going to deal with the negative cases. But do the check here, and if I get to a place where I've gone too far, simply break. Break out of it. Okay? Otherwise, run through the loop. But now, when I do the check, do the print. Otherwise, do the check with the second piece. And actually, I've done that in an inverse way. Here, I'm checking to see it's not a perfect cube, and I'm going to print that out. If it is a perfect cube, I'm going to basically determine whether I want the positive or negative version of it. So I'm cleaning up two things here. I'm allowing for negative integers, but I'm also allowing for it to print out something that's going to do the right thing. And let me show you what would happen if I run that version. So now when I run this, cube root of minus 27 is minus 3. And if I give it a minus 28, it says it's not a perfect cube, and I'm all set. What was my point? When I run the code, I shouldn't just run it on things I'm expecting, like perfect cubes. I should run it on other things to see if it does the right thing. When it didn't, I wanted to add in a different check. And I added in a second thing here, which I had done earlier, which is to make sure I can deal with negative integers and not just positive integers. But that now gives us a nice tool. I've got exhaustive enumeration, guess and check methods that can work on problems where there's a finite number of choices. I can come up with a way of exhaustively testing all of those, and it's a good way to generate guesses in an organized manner using those iterative loops as a technique to tell when I'm done and to return a great answer. And we're going to build on that idea as we move on.
No, I think this is when the questions start coming. Yeah, see, it makes, this is what it shows here, and so I gotta pay like $100 for this thing. I guess it depends on what, I don't know. Okay, exercise 7 estimates. Here's some code sample. We wish to rewrite the above code, but instead of nesting a okay, but instead of nesting a for loop inside the while, we want to nest a while loop inside the for loop. Which of the following loops gives the same output as the code sample? Oh man, okay. Oh wow, this is okay. So this is all based off of this one thing. Try to answer the following questions by just reading the code. Reading the code is a very good skill to have, and it is okay to check your answers that you obtain, and then your interpreter run the. Okay. Iteration equals 0. Count equals 0. While iteration is less than 5. For letter in hello world, counts +1. Okay, so this is going to put it in a loop right here. It's a loop within a loop. Oh god, this is so mind-boggling. This was... Huh? I don't know. This was... I don't know. Kind of confused. No, I mean, yeah, well, I'm doing these class things. I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I take advice because sometimes when you word things differently and you show things, I mean, it really helps understand your perspective on, you know, what the lesson actually is. Because that's why, I've been playing a lot with it too, because it's one thing to know if, a function or a code works for one specific thing, but to really understand how that function works, I mean, you have to know what all it does to really grasp what it's, meant to be used for, or what it's able to be used for. Because even though you can see how something's used once in one way, that's not the only way it can be used, and that doesn't always mean that you know what it means. So that's why, I mean, it helps the more I mess with it and the more I learn from it, then I am able to understand what each function actually means. Instead of just knowing that I can do 1 + 1, you know what I mean? There's all these functions in here can be used for so many different things because of the way that they work. Iteration equals 0. Wild iteration is less than 5 for a letter in hello world. So this is a +1. Print iteration and string iteration plus count is string count. Okay. Iteration +1. Okay, so this is a loop within. I think this whole thing is a loop within this loop, right? I can't tell, because I think if this is part of this loop, then this has to be over, doesn't it? Oh, it's all good. Thanks. I don't know. A fourth letter. So it's 1. God dang it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. Counts. So, we'll run through all of these. Oh man, this is hurting. While iteration is less than 5. Iteration is right here. Counts plus 1. Oh wait. So okay. So counts will get a +1 for basically all these, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So this will turn into 12. And then so count will be 12. And as long as iteration's less than 5, iteration gets +1. So iteration becomes 4. So iteration becomes 4. And count becomes 12. I think. God dang, I don't even know. Let's see. You can use a piece of paper or. Yeah, that is true. I was thinking about that too, like writing it out or something, or yeah, I could like type it out. I was like, I got the Python thing, but I mean, because I could check what the answer is, but I'm trying to do it without checking the answer. I mean, because I don't know if I'm really supposed to check the answer for this or not. I don't feel like I should, but for iteration and range, I mean, let's see. Count equals 0 while true for a letter in hero. Count +1. Print. This actually should give the same output. It looks like it. You can use it. That really helped me on my first year of algorithms. Don't paste the code, just visualize how you think it will go step by step. I think this one's right. Because if the iteration is in range of 5, that's the same thing like while it's in 5 is +1. Wait, no. Wait. Yeah. Yeah, because this gives it the +1 but stops it at 4. And this iteration in range of 5 runs it until its iteration becomes 4. And while true, count equals 0. While true for letter and hello world, count +1. Man, sometimes I forget how the while true works. Because what are the conditions of while true for letter and hello world? Count +1. I don't really understand the while true though. I mean, I think that works, but I don't really understand why the while true would be in there. Uh-oh. Reconnecting. It looks like it's still working. Oh. OBS Studios was being weird. I think that one's right on. For iteration in range of 5, count equals 0 while true. For a letter in. Okay, see, this has break. For a letter in hello world, count +1. So that'll sequence until that's done. Then it'll print this. Oh, all this did was add break to this one, though. While true. For example, and while x is less than 5, it will run until x less than 5 will no longer be true. Yeah, I know like how the while works, but I don't see what the conditions are for while true. I guess while true, as long as all these conditions are met, that you can do this, that you do this, and then you do that. Yeah, I just don't. Yeah, while true, I guess as long as these conditions are met, then it'll continue doing this. Like it'll put in a loop because this one has a break and this one doesn't have a break. So would this continue? Would this be an error at that point? Condition is just true. So I'm kind of wondering if this is like a loop error and this one's the true one because it breaks. Because it's like while true and you meet all these conditions and then break. Or would this just, maybe it would be the same thing. But it's like while true, I thought that locked it into infinite loop. So when it count, just keep getting, well, no, because count only gets +1 if as far as this is going for letter and hello. The only while true is this part that's locked in. I don't know. This is confusing. Oh yeah, I feel like this. I don't know. I'm gonna try this. I'm gonna try thinking like this would leave it in an infinite loop, and then this, as long as these conditions are met, then it breaks. I think. I don't know. Count equals 0, phrase hello world for iteration and range 5. Index equals 0 while index is less than len. Oh my god, len phrase. Phrases of the world. Well, true is an infinite loop because true always returns true. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I think the first one would be an error. And then this one wouldn't because it would go through these. And then once it finished these, it would be able to break out of the loop. Whereas this one has no ability to break out of the loop. It's just an infinite loop. But count 0 phrase hello world for iteration in range 5. And God, this one's a lot more. While index is less than len phrase hello world. What is len? Where did len come from? Or is len a code? Or is len a function? Oh, length. Len is length. So length phrase. That's the and phrase is hello world. Okay, that's right. So I believe len length turns hello world into an integer. So then it's like, yeah, I think it literally turns this into an integer with the number of letters. So an index is 0. Count +1, index +1. Okay, while index is less than hello world. this will do the same thing now. Oh, this doesn't have a break either. Well, no, this one doesn't need a break. Well, no, it has the while right here. While. Oh, yeah, no, it does have the condition. Its index is less than while that's okay. So it does have a condition. Index equals 0. Iteration. Or does the. Okay, iteration becomes the 4 right here. But index equals 0 while index is less than the phrase count plus 1 index plus 1. So it's literally plus 1 for hello world for count, basically, which I have to believe that was the same thing. Now that I've been staring at it for so long, okay. For a letter and counts plus 1, yep. And then iteration is 4. So I think this one, yeah, this one looks right. I'm pretty sure that one's right. Okay. Counts equals 0, phrase equals hello world for iteration in range of 5. While true, counts plus len phrase. Oh man. Oh, God. This is wild. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. Count equals 0, phrase equals hello world for iteration in range 5. While true, counts plus or equals the length of phrase, then break. The condition of this, while true, is that counts has to be plus or equal to len phrase. No, wait, no, because that's that's just plus equals. That's not.
Shit.
Yeah, I don't see a condition of true, so I don't think this one works. You okay?
I'm putting my eye drop in.
Oh.
I got speared in the eye the other day with a bamboo shoot. So we went to the emergency room on the one day we weren't supposed to try.
Yeah, that was interesting.
So it didn't break my globe of my eye, but I have to use eye drops that sting.
Dang. No bueno.
Chicken nuggets are almost ready.
Okay.
And some nuggies. Fireplace is going.
That sounds good.
Okay.
I'm hoping I'm getting these right. I think I am.
I think you are too.
Maybe.
You got this, babe.
We'll
Be
find
smart.
out. Be smart. Count equals 0. Phrase equals hello world. For iteration in range 5. Counts plus or equal to len phrase. You know, I think, I can't tell. This just gives it a loop of iteration is 5. I think that'll work. I don't know. Oh, I got that one wrong. Okay, so I was right about that one. This one doesn't work. I really thought this one would work. Hold on. Let's see what this thing does. Oh, dang it. I can't click on it. Not let me click on it. Oh.
Someone is at front door.
Is that the front door? Oh, it's Monday. That's right. Okay. I got some of them right. So that's a lot to freaking look at. Okay. This one will still work. I wasn't sure. I was really iffy about this one. So I'm not, yeah. I almost put yes. But then I was thinking that maybe it wouldn't because the wild true is within the 4. But I don't know why I thought that. So that makes sense. This one. So this one's a no because I feel like this one should work, right? For a letter in hello world. Okay, while true. For iteration in range of 5, so that already makes iteration 4. Counts equals 0, while true. For a letter in hello world. Counts +1. I feel like that should have worked. Unless it repeats this part because the break's after print. Is that what it is? Should the break be before print? I don't know. I feel like that would have worked. Let's see. Let's see what it does. Well, let me highlight it. Pull it over here. Let's see what I'm doing. Oh, true needs to be capital T, my bad, yellow. There. While true. Iteration plus iteration. So for every sequence range. Oh, it ran this whole. Is that what it? Oh, because the while true should have been over here. I think that's all it is. If the while true was scooted over, I think maybe then it would have worked. Let me see. Is it? I think that's what it is. It's just placement. Oh shit. Yep. That's all it was. It was placement. It's because the while is over here instead of over here. So because it's over here, it ran this whole thing that many times. Even though this stayed the same and this stayed 12, it ran this first initial part all those times. Yep. Lab understanding iteration. This is an optional lab component to the lecture. Play with it and explore. Huh? Number of friends asked 5. Generate a random number, total amount of money collected. While height is less than 20. Okay, 4 in range of 5. Then why to go up there? Add to number of friends asked 5. While height is less than 20. Generate random number. Value to add to total. Value to add. Add to total. So that's. Then it repeats until it hits 20, alright. Number of friends asked 6. Look at it, different. It's to borrow money until you have collected $20. Okay, so the left side, the first scenario is where you ask your closest friends to give you $20. And then this scenario, you keep asking until you get $20. As you click.
Here you go.
Oh.
You don't get that
thank
many.
you. I don't get that many?
You're on a diet.
Oh my god. I swear.
I gave them all to the kids, that's why.
No, this is a lot. I don't know what you're talking about. You're always trying to give me like enormous amounts of
a
food.
lot. You said it's too much? Alright, let me take some from you.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you too.
Yeah, you do.
I swear. Okay, I get it. What it's trying to show is that when you put for something in range of something, and then you generate a random number, it's only going to run it 4 times while it's generating that random number. While on this side, so this limits it. This is a loop with the condition of 5. So you're given the loop a number of times to run. Well, the condition is the amount of times you want the loop to run. On the other hand, with this loop, while the condition is that it'll keep going until this is met. I see, I see, I see. Yeah, I like it. I like that a lot. That was very helpful, actually. Whatever. Okay. I don't know if I should be doing this while I'm eating. Write a program that counts up to the number of vowels. Mmm. All right, all right. Do not define your own values. Well, this is a bad idea. We got food now. Okay. This actually isn't hard because I was kind of doing that other thing with the vowels already, so. The way it should work, let me see if I write this out. The way it should work is, okay, assuming S is a string of lowercase letters. Okay, so write a program. Let's see. Hold on. I was thinking about using. Dang it. This is a terrible idea. This is highly distracting. Range of S, maybe. Huh. If
School is canceled tomorrow for both of them.
again?
Yep.
Dang. That's a trip.
They really weren't ready for this.
Apparently not. Let's see. S equals, what's a word with some vowels? Found. Founder. Okay. I'm gonna test my little theory. So the founder, if X in range of S. So that means it's gonna run through all the words. Print. Wait, no, not if. For. That's right. For X in range of S. If X equals let's see, A, E, I, O, U, if I can do it like on F string.
Ooh, I want some suspenders. Ooh, somebody talking foul about me right now.
Wow.
My ears burning.
Yeah, that's a medical condition.
Let him talk.
I guess I don't need those. I wasn't sure.
That's wild, babe.
What? Did you get any?
Hmm?
Did you get any for yourself?
No.
Oh.
I'm gonna make something in the microwave.
Well, shoot, take this. I don't need to eat that much. Okay. If x equals any of the vowels, count. Missing placeholders. Maybe I shouldn't use the F string. I don't think I really need to for that. Okay. Okay, count +1. Okay, and then I'm gonna put print. Number of vowels. Count. Okay. X in range S. String objects cannot be interpreted as an integer. What? Oh. Was it that one? No. schools. Oh no. It said your object is not iterable.
Yeah, buddy, yeah. Yeah. We got a day off again.
That's crazy.
I still gotta go by the tattoo shop tomorrow. Make sure my studio survived the winter snap.
Yeah.
Am I loud?
No.
A little bit.
Yeah. Dang it. I don't understand. Print X. What the heck? Why does it work like that? An S. Did it that time. so range. Was I not using range? I thought that's what I was using. String object cannot be interpreted as an integer.
Leveled up and turned it into it.
Oh, bounce.
You're gonna bounce?
To the other room. Because it's another one of these historian lit older people using new age lingo to explain history. It's kind of great. I don't want to hear it.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Because I thought that's what it did, so that's what I was doing. But that's not really what I'm trying to do. I was trying to use the range, because I thought range, when you use 4x in range, I thought whenever you did that with... Or was I thinking of a different word? Sequence of integers. Yeah, but I thought when you did that with strings, then it would type the string. God dang it, I don't remember. Prints. I don't remember how to print how to run. I was just doing that. Range is a function that takes a number and makes a collection of numbers from it. Yeah, but I forgot how I did it with the letters. There was a way to... Okay, let's see. Range. I thought you could use it with integers too. X in range. 10. Yeah, see, so I thought we just did that with integers though. Like if you put integers in range, then it would print out the integers. String is collection by itself. God dang it, how did I do that? I forgot how I did it. Where it runs the letters. That thing we just did. Instead of running the numbers like that. It literally does that, but with the letters. Collection after n, you can just put it as is. like for x and do I need to do x equals s? Like x arranged because you're given this, that. No. X. Yes. Dang it, man, I don't know. I have to go back to like look because I don't remember how to do it. There was a way to print the numbers individually. That was the whole thing we did with the whole Minnesota Institute of whatever. I thought it was range. Why is that lit up? Oh my god, I don't know what's going on. For so range has to be a number, but then it identifies that as a number. It's something else. I'm using this wrong. It's not range. Yeah, I can't put it straight. It's not. It's because I'm not supposed to be putting range. Crap. If you can't put a string in a range function, let me see. For x and god dang it. Okay, see that did it. That, okay, this kind of worked. That's what I was doing. It was okay. I'm not supposed to put range. I'm supposed to put string. That prints it out like that. Okay, okay. Now the problem is it's saying the number of vowels are 7. That's not. Oh wait. Bring this over. Wait. Now try. Oh, I need it to print one time.
Yeah, the kids are just completely ecstatic about not having to go to school tomorrow.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They don't have to go to bed early then.
Yeah.
There's that.
If x is equal to well, dang, now why is it doing that? If x is equal to a or e, yeah, because it should be printing them one at a time. But it should only be finding, what, 3 vowels? Count plus 1 y0. It's running this whole thing twice. Let's see. Maybe if I take this back here. Expected and I can just write S. I would like I can literally, I don't have to do this at all, like just like that. Oh, well, then I was just overthinking it. Oh, it's counting all the way up to 7 instead of counting only when if x is equal to a, I, O, or U. What is just running the whole thing? God dang. Print x. See, that works. That does what I'm telling it to do. But why is the if not doing it? And it's counting, but it's not only counting. If x x equals r, so what am I doing wrong? Because between ors there should be complete logical expression. If you just put a variable, it will just assume it is true. Between the ors, should I just put commas like this? I don't think that's.
You still have Bleach on the TV?
No.
They're still playing.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
I forgot how it was worded earlier because if x equals. Dang it. X equals a. Well, that's what I figured that would work. Like, but. Or do I need to close in parentheses? Like, would I have to close all these individually in parentheses? equals strings missing placeholders. Man. Man, I'm like not figuring this out. If you want to use well, see, that's what I was thinking, but that seems like a lot. And so do I gotta put that multiple times? Let's see. Yeah, that's not gonna work. You can use a list or a string then, but instead of equals, there should be n. Huh. Let me see. So instead of equals, and yeah, but then I still gotta separate them, right? Like, or unless let's see, but I gotta put it all one string, right? Let's see. Then I ran it 3 times, so there. Well, I mean, that works. Dang, that was difficult. I don't know. I mean, would the other way be putting like x is equal to a and then x is equal to e? Like, would you have to put that over and over and over again? Well, this works. Oh, I forgot that. Incorrect. What? What'd I do? I did something wrong. Oh, why did... string line 6. Count. That is why I don't like Python for beginners. It has too many bypasses for things like that. It becomes hard to understand types properly. Yeah, I mean, either way, I gotta, man, gotta figure it out somewhere. So, file string line 6. Why is it saying that that's an error? It was working fine over here. Is it not like the way I'm putting count in here like this? Does it not want me to use F string? I was using it earlier. It was fine. Oh my god. It's running fine over here. Alright, screw it. I'm just gonna do, I guess, take out the F string. I think I need to take it out of the F string.
Okay, what?
Yeah, I heard the C was a lot harder. I'm trying to figure this out. It was working on my program, but then I tried to use it on here, and it didn't like the way I did it for some reason. That's incorrect too. God dang it. Count. God dang. It's being a pain in the butt. Oh my god. How does it want me to freaking write this? Because it's not letting me do it the way that it was working on. I swear, dude. Oh my god. It won't freaking print it correctly. I gotta find a different way to do this because it's not working. Oh man, that's freaking dumb. Can't use F string, so what does it want me to do? Comma. Maybe this will work. Jesus, that was ridiculous. I couldn't get it to print. I don't know why it wasn't letting me use the F string. That was dumb. God. The F string works. Why wasn't it working on the test? Like, that was, I mean, I know he didn't choose F. He hasn't taught F string, so maybe that's what I'm wondering, is they're purposely not letting me use F string because it's not, they haven't taught it yet. I don't know, but the F string was working fine in Python, so I'm kind of like a little annoyed with that. Oh my God, you brought me chocolate. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was a lot. I don't know why. I was just doing a lot of that, and it was like not turning out the way I thought it was. It was confusing. And brain trying to remember all that stuff. Oh my God. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it worked in the Python the way I had it, but it wouldn't take it here for some reason. Like, I don't. Yeah. I don't know. That was weird. It finally worked, though. And dude, when I first saw it, this looked super easy, and then when I realized it wasn't working, I was like, oh my God, I'm doing so much wrong. Assume S is a string of lowercase characters. Write a program that prints the number of times the string Bob occurs in S. For example, if it has that, then your program should print 2 times. Okay, so that's like basically the same thing, but like... Count the 0.
Well, tomorrow's gonna be a long day.
Because we're all going to be home.
No, I'm not. I gotta go to the tattoo shop.
Oh, I gotta go to my doctor's appointment.
Mm-hmm.
Crap.
I could take you so we can watch the littles.
Oh.
I'll take you.
Wait, no, that's not gonna work. No, that's not gonna work. Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm gonna use that. So let's go and get rid of this. Put Bob. I guess I don't need to do that. If X and Bob. Wait, no. Wait. If S and Bob. What does that do? If S and Bob. That doesn't work. Number of time blockers. Okay.
Here's the forecast for tomorrow in Manor. Look for partly sunny weather with a high of 50 degrees Fahrenheit and a low of 27 degrees. Also, there's an extreme cold warning in effect until Tuesday, January 27th, 9 a.m.
Oh wow. Wait. Let's see. What if I do X x equals Bob, while x is in S. Oh crap. It's not gonna work because it's immediately gonna break it. I can't use while. I need to use something else. Well, 4 isn't gonna work either, right? 15 times? That doesn't sound right. 1, 2. There's only 2. How do I get 15? X and S. Lean, what? Oh, here? Because that'll. Oh. Okay. Let's see, that goes in the number 3. But how would that one be able to? I mean, that gives me a number, but should probably use len inside range. Try drawing an algorithm for this on a piece of paper without any actual syntax. Through the input. I don't have any paper with me, so I don't really know how to draw it out, honestly. The problem is I know what to do. Wait, what if it's not 4, but if, right? Because if x is in S, then it counts plus 1. But then that'll only do 1. Right? Yeah, so it only does it 1. But if I put while, if x is in S, what about, see, I thought this one would work, but then when I run this one, it just runs infinitely. It never finishes. The reason it's not finishing is count equals 0, x equals Bob. Count plus keyboard in. X. this is killing me. I'm trying to think. And then, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
My tablet's not getting out of Play Store. My tablet's not getting out of Play Store. It's just staying in it. Even if you turn it on and off, it will stay on.
You tried restarting it like this?
No. I think it might. But Michael,
You gotta restart it, yeah.
do you know where my tablet is?
No.
Hi, Mama.
Why do
Hey,
you think?
baby.
Do, you,
Magic, make it happen.
do I ever
Love
know
you
where your
too.
tablet is?
Bye, Cora. No! Hooray, I get to stay with Mama Nicole. Hi, Cora. Cora! 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 Hey, don't do that! Cora! Yeah, come.
Hey, get off my bed. Cora,
Okay.
thank you.
I just want to hide under the blanket so Jonah can't find me.
He knows you're there, Goofy.
Then where should I hide?
Not under the blankets.
Cora? Are you hiding? Move! Yeah! Roll over. Knock, knock. Who's there? Chicken poo. Chicken poo. Poo hoo.
I think the kids miss you.
Well,
Get off my bed.
Okay. Paula. Yeah. I accidentally slipped on a bone, which says I broke a bone of my toes. I broke a bone of my toes. Oh, it looks like someone I need to go under. Oh, it looks like you hurt your bottom. Oh, it looks like you have a big fat belly. What?
Wow.
Oh my god, look at this car.
Wow.
Isn't it amazing?
Yeah.
I fucking love it with the white rims.
Mm-hmm. I don't think this is gonna work either. I don't know how I'm gonna do this. God dang. That hurt my head.
Public safety message. We might want to reschedule your doctor appointment.
Yeah.
They're hitting it like that. Like, look, we really need the refills on the meds, but
That's
not
what
that
I'm
bad.
saying.
Not bad enough to cause more brain injuries. We have to come all the way from Maynard all the way over there. I'll message them tomorrow. Like, we can't make it. We got an alarm said don't do it. We didn't get an alarm all weekend. And now we get an alarm? I thought tomorrow was supposed to be better.
I would have never figured that out. Range. Wait, was that the word I was using before? What word was I? Yeah, no, I was using range. What? Count equals 0. I would have never figured this out. There's no way. If this is insane. Okay, for I and range. And then you turn that into a number.
Hey, baby.
Take away 2. What's the point?
Carl said he could play fish.
You want chicken nuggets? Come on. Come on, my baby. Let's get some chicken nuggets. Good morning.
What's the point? It's gonna -2. Oh, that's probably saying -2 because Bob's a 3-letter word. So it doesn't matter anyways. So I mean, I don't even think I need that. Because you do I plus 2 later, you can go beyond the string size if you don't do that. Oh, because I add it right here. Man, this is so confusing. Holy crap. This is, dude, I swear, all the other crap they were doing was so easy, and then this one's like, this is insane right here. This is like... Okay, I remember like, I was thinking both of these things too. I just didn't know a way to make them work. But I gotta figure out how this is working because this ain't working in my head right now. For I in range, so I is gonna run through. Okay, so this limits it. This is the loop amount, the amount of times it's gonna run. And then if S I to I plus 3, what? Equals count plus 1. Okay. I don't understand this part. Okay, I know you can do, they never showed me anything like this. So you can start with a number, you can end with a number. What's the point in the plus 3? This I. Oh wait, but I doesn't even equal anything. Oh, what is I? I is just the numbers. S. Okay, so it's S from the first number to the. Oh, wait, this keeps it within the 3 letters. Oh, I think I'm starting to get it now. Yeah, so it's doing a reoccurring sequence of checking every 3 digits base, or every 3 letters from beginning to end. Because I is every number in the S word. So it's like all, like however many letters that is that. Take away 2.
Codsworth is making his rounds.
I don't see, like, I mean, would the minus 2 even. You got Cogsworth
Yeah. That got your focus.
Dude, this one was hard. Like, ugh. I had to cheat.
Yeah.
It was the only way I had to, dude. I was racking my brain. I didn't want to, but I had to just look it up. It was killing me. But I mean, it makes sense now, but I'm so irritated that I couldn't figure out a way to think of this. But this makes, because, well, they never showed me a way to use this. They showed me you can use this to, you know, show the letters and stuff, but I don't remember them ever doing anything like that.
They said, try to think what happens. Which is the last letter.
Yeah, because you can put this in and it'll show every single 3 digits or 3 letters. Let me see, hold on.
Sativa was asking what you were using so she can get on it and learn coding too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because that's going to be her major when she goes to college.
Oh.
Back up to her culinary. Guaranteed job security. You got this, babe. You a beast. Everything you touch, babe. Everything you touch.
I equals 12. Yeah, so every time I equals a number, it goes to that section, and then I plus 3 is 3 letters after, and it's from that start to that finish, and it checks every one. And then this makes it run through 0 through 12. See, it makes so much sense now, but like trying to figure that out on my own. Oh my god, dude. Jesus. Okay, try to think of what happens if we reach the last letter, if we don't do minus 2. Would it give an error? I mean, if you go to the last letter and then you do +3, it goes out of bounds. But I mean, if that doesn't equal Bob, then it shouldn't do anything. Or you just don't want to. It's just like you put that so you don't risk putting an error, I guess. Yeah. That was tough. Oh man, I don't know if I would have ever figured that out on my own, honestly. That was. Oh man, that is some creative thinking right there. That's insane. It makes sense now that I see it afterwards, but but Jesus, that is, God, that is so complicating. Oh, because you take the total number, and this, I was thinking this too, but I was like, how am I gonna write that? Or, yeah, man, that's a trip. Well, I'm frustrated that I couldn't figure that out myself. I really wanted to do it myself. I did a lot of the other ones on my own. Watch it not even work for some reason. Yeah, that's frustrating. I just. Oh man, that's a trip. Okay. Assume S is a string of lowercase characters. Write a program that points the longest string, substring of S, in which the letters occur in alphabetical order. For example, if the new program should print the longest substring in alphabetical order is B. In the case of ties, print the first substring. For example, if S equals ABC, BCD, then your program should print longest substring ABC. This problem may be challenging. We encourage you to work smart. If you spent more than a few hours on this problem, we suggest that you move on to a different part of the course. If you have time, come back to this problem after you've had a break and cleared your head. Oh, that's good to know. This problem may be challenging. I don't know. After that last one, I don't mess myself up. So the idea is to find a sequence of alphabetical letters. Man. The longest substring. I don't know. I'm probably gonna have to take a break because this already looks hard. That's gonna take a lot of thinking. Oh man. I kind of want to know, but I'm just like, I don't even know if I could come up with something quick for that. Like, so you got S. Trying to think. You're gonna need the compare lengths of things. God dang. It is a good idea to play around with the string itself before writing any code. Yeah, but I think I only get so many chances to answer the question or something. Or do I? Do not define your own values. Only hit submit once per submission. You only get 30 checks per problem. So I guess I can only try it 30 times, but I don't even know if it'll give me the. Well, yeah, I guess it'll give me the value. It'll tell me incorrect, and then. Well, I can say ideally I'm going to start with this to help. And then, because I have to find the longest substring too, so if there is additional substrings in there, to put it in alphabetical order. I don't even know if it would be familiar to the last one that I just did. Because well, that was like a full letter, but that's going to work differently. Sequence of alphabetical. So as far as I know, copy to Notepad, then look at examples. Like, try to think of how you would do it yourself. Well, I mean, I have to define alphabetical order because Python doesn't know what alphabetical order is. That sounds like what I have to, like, I don't know, create an integer or create a variable that's the alphabet, but I don't know. If, no. As far as I know, from what they told me, that they haven't showed me anything about that, the Python knowing the alphabet in any sort of way. I feel like I'd have to give like the letters values or something. Like, that sounds crazy though. Because I have to teach it a way to distinguish the sequence of the alphabet. We're like, yeah. Well, I mean, I feel like if there was something like that, they would have showed us it. You can compare characters. What is it? Let me see. X A. Oh wait. A greater than B, false. Says A is less than B. That's true. A greater than B is false. So it can distinguish something. That is weird. Yeah, they didn't say anything about that. Let me think. Okay, so it knows. Okay. So Z would be greater than K or something. True, but K will be false. Yep. Okay, so it identifies the alphabet as it knows, or the way it sees it is the end of the alphabet is greater. So they can distinguish the alphabet in that way. But then I need to figure out how to get it to know. That'd be greater equal to then, because if it has two J's, then it wants you to print the two J's. Let's see. Oh, what was that? What just fell? Oh, you started far back up. Yeah, I'll take a break.
Yes!
Alright.
I'm gonna play Fortnite!
I'm gonna do family game night. I feel like I got an idea of something. I don't know if I'll be able to figure it out. It does look really hard. But I feel like it's gonna be something along the lines of like, if it's greater or equal to the letter before. I gotta figure out a way to make it to where it runs down the sequence of S. That works because everything is represented as a number inside the computer. That is true, and characters are stored as, and those codes, character symbols are stored in alphabetical order. Yeah. No, it didn't say anything about that before, so I'm kind of surprised that they haven't touched on that. And I'm wondering if that's why it also says if you spent more than a few hours on this problem, we suggest you move on to a different part of the course. If you have time, come back to the problem after you've had a break and clear your head. I think it's saying that because they haven't said anything about Python knowing the sequence of the alphabet or anything like that. I haven't mentioned that at all. So I think they know that you're not going to know that, and that's why they're like, you can keep playing with those stuff and continue forward. Because they're probably just like if you sit there and play with it, you could probably figure it out if you think hard enough. But I feel like it's going to have something where it's like greater than or equal to at some point. And it's going to be like, I got to figure out a way to take the S and have it identify down the numbers and see if each number or letter, I guess, is greater than or equal to the next number, or I guess it'd be less than. I don't know, whichever direction it's going. And it'd be like somehow I gotta have it run through that in the God, what was it called again? Integer. I don't remember what it was called. God dang. Was it? So I think it's called an integer, right? String. That's what it's called. Okay, so I gotta find a way for it to run down that entire string and identify that the next letter is less than or equal to the next number. No, wait, it can't be that because it can only be less by 1. Less by 1. Does it know that it's less by 1? No. A takeaway. I don't know, man. B. No, it's not gonna do anything. A takeaway 1. No, I don't think so. Crap. Yeah, I mean that makes sense, less than or equal to, but it also doesn't. Because a
Michael,
yeah.
come out
I
here.
don't know. It's gonna mess with my head. All right, there we go. Thanks for helping me out, though. You were like being tons of help. All right, I'm going.